Welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. As you can see, we have guest artist Courtney Branham with us today. He'll work in and out of that reheating chamber. That reheating chamber is about 2100 degrees, 2300 degrees. And what we're doing is we're just going to get that piece of glass on the end of the rod there nice and warm. We're going to open it up. We're working on some different pieces today. We'll go through maybe some goblet tops, which are just cups, so just open vessels to be able to add to a stem of a goblet, and then we'll work on some different things. We'll put a little bit of water on the connection point of where the cup was held on that pipe. We'll tap the pipe. He'll clean up the bottom where that connection was of the additional glass. And then he'll take the paddle and place it into the annealing oven where it has to go and rest. And then it has to cool down overnight. We can't leave the hot glass in this environment because it will crack because the inner layers and the outer layers cool at different rates. So everything that we do here has to be prepped. And so what Sayuri will do is she'll take this piece of kiln shelf and she'll heat it up. She'll get it nice and warm. And then we'll place cane, which are just rods of color. We'll pattern with color inside of them. We'll place the different pieces of cane onto the kiln shelf to be able to roll it up and then blow into the pipe, which will create a bubble with different lines, which creates pattern in glass. And so when you look at the different pieces that have been already pre-made, like the Lino Tagliapietra pieces up on the mezzanine here, every time you see a line, that's a pattern that has been placed into the glass. It's not just color. Welcome to the Hot Shop here at the Museum of Glass, everyone. Thanks for hanging out with us today. I hope you've had a beautiful holiday weekend. As we get started in the process, we have visiting artist Courtney Branham with us here working in the Hot Shop today. We're doing some prep work, which means that we've warmed up that kiln shelf, and now Courtney is placing cane. This cane has a white line in the middle with some clear around it. And so we're going to roll this cane up, and it'll create patterns of lines within the glass in just a moment. The next thing we have to do is get the cane heated up. Then we'll start a collar around the end of a pipe, which is a hollow pipe. We'll roll up the cane and then blow it out. If you look up at the pieces there along the mezzanine, the final lino pieces, you will see there's different lines within these pieces, and this is the application, the pattern application for how you get lines into glass. My name is Emily. In just a moment, I'll give you guys an overview of the process and how it gets started. And then if you have any questions, feel free to ask, and I will be happy to answer your questions. So the process starts by dipping into the furnace. The furnace are the large ceramic tanks here. They're full of about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. And dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. So as we rotate that hollow steel pipe, hot glass likes to stick to hot steel only. It looks like it's orange, but all of the glass inside of the furnace is clear. So we'll blow into the end of the pipe and cap it, and then a bubble will appear similar to the shape of a balloon. And then from there, we'll go in and out of the reheating chamber. He's gonna go and cool the pipe down just a little bit. Oh, just kidding. No, he's not. He's just going to the bench to work. So we'll shape up the bubble. And then that bubble will allow us to roll up the cane, which will apply pattern to the surface of the clear bubble. The more glass that we gather, the larger we can blow the bubble out to be. And so mass is important. It allows us to create larger pieces. And so we've gathered up some more clear glass. Whenever they pluck at the glass like this, it's to remove any type of imperfections that we may have gathered up or just bubbles. We don't want bubbles. And so he's just plucking the bubbles out. Do you guys have any questions at all? Great. If you do, I'll be happy to answer them. Just yell them out. So you'll see Sayuri is at the reheating chamber, reheating the glass here. All of the ovens are powered by natural gas and forced air. They only contain heat. No molten glass is within these ovens, and they rest at about 2,100 degrees. And so Sayuri is tempering those canes so when we pick them up, they don't crack when the hot glass meets the cold cane. So we're going to get them nice and warm before we roll them up over this bubble. So the glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself when you rotate in there. And the more that we rotate, the larger the gather becomes. So he'll come over here to the pipe cooler because stainless steel is not the best conductor of heat, but when we constantly dip it into a furnace at high temperatures, the pipe will start to get warm. The trickiest part about working with hot glass that likes to move is keeping it on center. And so the glass wants to go down, and we need it to stay super duper level. And so those are the things that you don't know maybe what's happening. Gravity wants to pull it down as you want to keep it level on center. Sayuri has prepped the cane, and now we'll lay the hot glass down and roll up the pattern. We're rolling up cane that has clear on the outside and white in the center, which will give us lines in the glass, patterns of lines. The temperature of the glass radiates off of the bubble, so his bare hands are being exposed to the heat as he's manipulating the glass. It's above 1,000 degrees, and so it's scorching hot. But you got to work quick. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So the furnaces are the ovens that have black doors on the front and they're closed. They rest at about 2,100 degrees. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold about 1,000 pounds of molten glass. That is where we get the glass from. And then after we gather from the furnace, we have to work in and out of the reheating chambers. Can we see the reheating chamber diagram? So, as you can see, the glory holes are powered by natural gas and forced air, and they're only used to reheat the glass. So that's all of the ovens with the orange faces that you can see inside of. And then they rest at 2,300 degrees. There's different temperatures because hot glass doesn't need to rest at that high of a temperature. It would be too hot. So it's 2,100 degrees, which allows us to work with it and transform it. And then we want it to be higher within the glory holes so we can continue to manipulate the shape within a short period of time. Thank you. Courtney Branham has our visiting artist for the day. He has worked with the Museum of Glass in many different capacities here on the hot shop floor, and today he's making his own work. If we could see, please see some of Courtney's past works, that'd be great. If you look up at the big screen there, you'll see beautiful past works from Courtney. His clouds are very synonymous with his name. This one has a really awesome moon in the background. At the bench when they're working, and you'll see them pick up that bottle with the red cap. It's typically just water because we use papers. So Courtney's using papers to shape, which will allow him to shape as if he's using his bare hand. It's just good old newspaper wrapped up and then soaked in water to protect the integrity of the paper and the piece. The tools that we use during the process are designed for glass making, and so we'll go in with our jacks and carve into the glass, which will help us edit that additional pieces of glass that we don't want and clean up those lines to bring them all together. And so our jacks are just two large blades. And then a really cool tool that we use are known as the diamond shears. They cut in a full 360, which will eliminate how long we have to fight with the glass when we want to remove a whole piece. So we'll go back in with our jacks. The tighter that he grips the jacks, the deeper they'll carve into the surface of the glass. If the glass is a little bit too hot when we attempt to break it off, it won't want to release itself. So what he did was he shot some air on it with the air gun, and so that freezes it to be able to remove it. So now we'll carve into the glass. This tube will become smaller cups. They're known as supios, which are just little cups with pattern on them to be able to pick them up and then blow them out larger to create different items with the little cups of pattern. Morgan will use these tongs to pick up the cup. We're going to put it into the garage. The garage is where we hold items to be held at a steady temperature, which we will work into the process. We'll rework it into the process later. The cooler side of the garage is about 800 degrees, and the hotter side is about 1100 degrees. The temperature is hot enough to hold it, but it's not high enough where the glass will continue to melt. Courtney Branham, is, like I said, has worked with the museum for many, many years. He's assisted all different type of artists that have been here in residency. Can we please see Courtney's artist video if he has one? We'll connect an additional blowpipe and knock this little cup onto the additional blowpipe. And now we'll take that additional cup that we knocked off onto the blowpipe there, and then we'll close it up and blow it out. We have Courtney Branham working with us in the hot shop today. We're just getting started in the beginning portion of the day, so I can answer any questions you might have in regard to the process. But as far as what we're doing at the moment, we'll watch it unfold together, because I'm not exactly sure, but I think we're going to make a cup at this point. Courtney has worked in the hot shop here with us in many different capacities, creating his own work as well as assisting other artists. Can we please see Courtney's past works for the visitors that just joined us?
Oh, sorry. Up until the residency, most of my work has been focused on kind of the Venetian techniques of decorating with cane. A lot of vessel work, not so much sculpture. But for this residency, I kind of took a bit of a departure. I'm not going to be pulling any cane or doing any of that kind of decoration. I've kind of focused more on these objects, the clouds, mountains, suns, and moons. I started making clouds a few years ago, kind of as I take a break from picking up cane and from making larger scale pieces, and it was something small I could make relatively quickly and on my own. And so I just kind of made them for myself. It was just a fun thing for me to make. And then I made a piece out of it, ended up getting this residency because of the piece, so I figured that was probably a good sign that I should stick with it and kind of use the residency to expand on some of the ideas and give the clouds an environment to exist in. You know, I have almost gotten in car accidents because I was checking out cool clouds on my drive home from work. I walk the dog at night a lot, so I'm always kind of keeping my eye out for when the moon breaks out of the clouds, and or when it's, you know, a big super moon, blood moon, all that stuff.
Let's build a happy little cloud. Let's build some happy little...
You know, glass blowing is a battle between what you want to make and what you actually make. And over the years, I've tried to use that as a dialogue between myself and the material. And a lot of times when I'm trying to make something, the glass doesn't want to do it. And sometimes that's where the beauty comes in, is this interaction of like, well, that's not what I intended, but like a happy accident, I guess you would call it.
We don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. You can do anything that you want.
It's funny because a lot of glass people make clouds. This is a tricky one. And I was a little hesitant to jump into it, but I figured I could make it my own, do my own rendition of it. And yeah, everyone seems to be pretty happy. It's hard to be angry at a cloud, I think. Time working with all my friends. I'm super lucky. I'm friends with some of the best glass blowers and sculptors out there. And I helped them make a lot of their work, and they helped me. And so it was a really great opportunity to just fill the shop with super talented people that are also my great friends.
I believe every day's a good day when you paint. I believe it'll bring a lot of good thoughts to your heart.
So as we've picked up that cane, he's rolled it into a different spiral, and as he dips it into these optic molds, it will then interfere with the pattern of that spiral as well. And so making the lines go in different directions. He also has dipped it into this optic mold that kind of looks like a star, and that will add texture to the top layers of the surface of the glass. We'll work in and out of our reheating chambers. Our reheating chambers are designed only to keep the glass nice and hot. They rest at about 2300 degrees, and we have to work in and out of the reheating chamber to be able to manipulate the shape of the glass. So he's dipped the glass into the optic mold, which will create texture on the surface, which will create zigzag patterns. Now he's going in with his jacks and he's carving in a line of tension. We'll reference this line of tension to be able to remove ourselves later. It's known as a jack line. This is the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. That little knob at the end of the glass allows him to hang on to something and stretch out the bubble to elongate that bubble, which makes it more like an oval shape. And then he'll go and aggressively carve a little bit more aggressively to be able to eliminate some of the additional glass. So we'll go in with our jacks and flare our wrists to be able to open up the mouth of the cup. So we're going to knock this piece off into the annealing oven where it'll rest. We have to let's give Courtney a big round of applause for all his hard work today. We're gonna keep on making cups, pattern cups also. We have to place the hot glass into the annealing oven where it'll rest overnight. Um, because we can't allow it to cool down in the natural environment due to thermal shock. Those inner layers will cool a bit faster or are slower than those outer layers, and then when they meet, they're held at a temperature. So when they meet the environment, they'll be brought down to room temperature overnight. Once again, we have Courtney Brandon with us working in the hot shop today. Did you guys already get to see his past works? Yeah, of the clouds. Can we please see the past works of his clouds for the visitors that just joined us? My name is Emily, and if you guys have any questions, I will be sure to answer them. I'll also, in a moment after his past works, I'll give you guys an overview of the process and how it starts and where we're at in the process. So Courtney gathered from the furnace. The furnace here is where we collect hot glass. And he blew through the hot glass to create an opening because he's going to pick up a pattern of cup. Cup Cups with pattern are designed and created into little supios, which are just little pattern cups, because we can't just apply the pattern in the organic process. Well, we could, but in this case, we've already pre-created a cup of pattern. He's going to pick up a little cup out of the garage and then blow it out to make it larger. So the process starts by dipping into the furnace, and then what we'll do from dipping into the furnace is we'll gather glass around a hollow steel pipe. And then Courtney's next step to create a hollow space, to create a void, which is a bubble. He picked up a cup, so a pre-made pattern, and then it's kind of like a pre-made bubble also because it has a negative space to be able to blow more air into. So as he goes in and out of the reheating chamber, can we please see the glory hole diagram? As he goes in and out of the reheating chamber, you'll see it's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and its temperature is kept at 2,300 degrees. It is lined with hollow fire brick, which can withstand those high temperatures. This will allow him to keep the glass malleable to be able to manipulate the shape while he's working at the bench. So as he rotates on the marvering table here, he'll do this really cool motion where he'll go forward and then pull it back, and he's actually manipulating the shape. I mean the cane, which actually twists the cane up instead of it being linear. Now it'll wrap around. And he's doing this purposely because when he dips into the optic molds, it will then create a zigzag because the optic mold also has the ability to manipulate the surface of the glass. And because the cane is in the surface, it will then create low and high points in the direction of the cane. So when you look up at the pieces on the mezzanine there, every line that you see was created by pattern and cane. It wasn't just placed into the glass as if they drew it on. We have to create cane. Cane is these lines of color that they were once probably 5 feet across the ground. We chop them up and we lay them next to each other and then we roll them up. When we roll them up into a tube, we then cut the tube down and then we pick up the little cups that the tube creates. And so they're little pieces of pattern. And that's how we get lines in the glass. This is a whole day of work before you can actually lay it into onto a bubble. And so they did this for a long time, well no, for a day of work before they were actually able to use it because you have to let it cool down. Okay, maybe they'll make it in the morning and then use it in the afternoon, but still, it has to cool down, and this is a whole process within itself. And that's how we get lines into glass. And so that's why those are masterpieces on the mezzanine, because we have so many different lines and so many different techniques just in one little small spot. Yeah, so now we'll dip into the optic mold, which will help those lines move at the surface so they'll become more zigzag in pattern. The optic mold kind of looks like a star, and so when you dip into there, it'll move the glass upwards. Welcome to the Hot Shop, everyone. We are still working today. I'll figure out what we're making in just a moment. Our visiting artist is Courtney Branham. He's been with us here in the Hot Shop in many different capacities, and today he's making his work specifically. My name is Emily, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Can we please see some of Courtney's past works? So the process starts by dipping into the furnace. Courtney will dip this stainless steel rod into the furnace here. It holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. And dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. The glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which will allow it to adhere to itself as you rotate that pipe. And in a moment, he'll blow into the end of this pipe and cap it to create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon at the end of the pipe. And this bubble is a catalyst for many things, all things made hollow during the process. Sayuri right now has a color bar at the end of her rod. The color looks like it's a dark black. We just don't know the true color because this is the way that color holds the heat. And so it's just a color bar. We'll figure out the color later. For now, what they're doing is she's taking a bar of color, she's laying it over a bubble. This is known as a color overlay, which creates solid final looks in glass. And so it'll create a solid piece of glass. So she'll come over the clear bubble, we'll lay it on top, and he'll take his diamond shears to release Sayuri. The diamond shears are a 360 cut, so in one snip, we're released from these high temperatures. And then what he'll do is he'll take that color overlay and cover the bubble all the way back to the pipe. And so we'll no longer see that clear glass. So the reason why we do color overlays is because when we want that solid finish as if it looks like just one color, it's because we don't have multiple different furnaces that contain different colors. We only have clear furnaces, or the glass inside of the furnace only is clear, and we take color and we add it to the clear glass and we stretch it out. This is more efficient, it's more economically friendly, and it's very expensive to keep these furnaces on all day every day. And so we just use a little bit of color, which goes a long way. This color is made in Germany, and it's, of course, brought to the US by the distributors, and then we get it from the distributors here in the US. But in other places is where they make different colors of glass to be added to the fine art glass making process. He'll go in with his block. His block is a piece of hollowed out cherry wood that's been soaked in water. You may not be able to see his bucket of water, but we soak it in water to protect the wood as well as the glass. That little bit of steam that you see protects the surface of the glass. And that allows us to stabilize those outer layers while keeping the core nice and hot. We want the core to be hot so we can blow that internal bubble out. Courtney's been in the Seattle area for the last 21 years, but originally he's from Texas. Can we please see the Courtney's visiting artist video to learn a little bit more about his work?
Oh, sorry. Up until the residency, most of my work has been focused on kind of the Venetian techniques of decorating with cane. A lot of vessel work, not so much sculpture. But for this residency, I kind of took a bit of a departure. I'm not going to be pulling any cane or doing any of that kind of decoration. Kind of focused more on these objects, the clouds, mountains, suns, and moons. I started making clouds a few years ago, kind of was on take a break from picking up cane and from making larger scale pieces, and it was something small I could make relatively quickly and on my own. And so I just kind of made them for myself. It was just a fun thing for me to make. And then I made a piece out of it, ended up getting this residency because of the piece, so I figured it was probably a good sign that I should stick with it and kind of use the residency to expand on some of the ideas and give the clouds an environment to exist in. You know, I have almost gotten in car accidents because I was checking out cool clouds on my drive home from work. I walk the dog at night a lot, so I'm always kind of keeping my eye out for when the moon breaks out of the clouds, and or when it's, you know, a big super moon, blood moon, all that stuff.
Let's build a happy little cloud. Let's build some happy little.
You know, glass blowing is a battle between what you want to make and what you actually make. And over the years, I've tried to use that as a dialogue between myself and the material. And a lot of times when I'm trying to make something, the glass doesn't want to do it. And sometimes that's where the beauty comes in, or this interaction of like, well, that's not what I intended, but a happy accident, I guess you would call it.
We don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. You can do anything that you want.
It's funny because a lot of glass people make clouds. This is a tricky one. And I was a little hesitant to jump into it, but I figured I could make it my own, do my own rendition of it. And yeah, everyone seems to be pretty happy. It's hard to be angry at a cloud, I think. I'm working with all my friends. I'm super lucky. I'm friends with some of the best glass blowers and sculptors out there. And I help them make a lot of their work, and they help me, and so it was a really great opportunity to just fill the shop with super talented people that are also my great friends.
I believe every day's a good day when you paint. I believe it'll bring a lot of good thoughts to your heart.
So we have laid color over a clear bubble to create this solid black look here. We're going to start to work on this beautiful figure on the table here. We're going to make another one of these. We'll go in and blow, and he'll use the papers to shape the glass. The papers have been soaked in water, and they allow us to shape the glass almost as if we're using our bare hands. So we're heating up this tool, we're heating up the jacks. When we heat the jacks, we then will lubricate them with wax. If we do not heat the jacks and add wax to them, when we go down and carve into the glass, it'll sound like a screeching brake. And so we have to make sure that they're ready to carve into the glass as we rotate that 360 back and forth. It'll carve in a line of tension into the glass, and the wax helps us glide all the way. So we'll go in and he'll pinch his grip, which will carve into the glass. The jacks are two large blades. And then that movement there indicates the end of the piece, the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So as we continue to elongate the two portion of this beautiful structure, we'll just let it stretch. It looks orange because it's hot. It will be black when it cools down. We have the calipers because we want to be as close as we can be to the final structure here on the marvering table. So we'll go ahead and torch this portion of the post. The post is here, the final structure that we're going to go for today, we'll create. And the reason why we have to flash it in this manner is because before we go back into the reheating chamber, we want that portion to be a little bit more malleable than the rest of the piece so we can continue to stretch it. And as you can see, it's very orange because it's hot. Courtney Brandon is working with us here in the hot shop today, creating his work. Courtney's been with the Museum of Glass in many different capacities over the years as a visiting artist as well as an assisting artist, helping all different type of artists create their work. Originally, he is from Texas, but he's been in the Seattle area for the last 21 years. That reheating chamber rests at about 2300 degrees. There's no glass inside of the reheating chamber. There is only heat, which will allow him to be able to manipulate the glass at the bench and then go back into the reheating chamber and heat it again. Can we please see some of Courtney's past works? So as he rotates that pipe, Sayuri blows into the end of the blowpipe there to help reinforce the air as we elongate it. He'll go in with his papers to guide it. It's really important that we take the fluffy torch to flash the back portion of the piece because this part of the piece goes into the reheating chamber last and it comes out first. But it's the really important portion of the piece because it's our connection to the pipe, which allows us to be able to work. And so that's why he's using the fluffy torch. It's about 2500 degrees. So we're gonna just go ahead and finish off the end there. This will be the bottom portion of the post. And so we have to clean up the bottom, quote unquote, before we open up the opposite side. It's open, but you just can't tell because of the way it stands. In order to flare this out, we have to clean up this part. We'll switch the access, and then we'll flare out the bottom in a moment. You'll be able to understand and see that. We'll give the back end a nice flash. We'll give the body a full flash. And then we'll prepare ourselves to remove ourselves from the initial blowpipe to work on the opposite side of the stand. To be able to make a rod to connect ourselves, Sayuri will dip into the furnace here, gather glass, and then shape that glass. This is a connecting point, so we'll be able to connect to the end of the post. Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. That glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which will allow it to adhere to itself. It's our job to shape it properly so we can use it conducive to the process. So we'll connect ourselves, allow that connection to cool down. It's a transfer rod. We'll let the glass at the very end cool just a bit. We can't knock it off while the glass is too hot because it'll be soft. And because the piece is heavy, we don't want it to pool on the soft glass, which will mess with the access of the piece, the center. When we're ready, we'll put a little bit of water on the jack line, which is that carved in line of tension. We'll knock the pipe and remove ourselves from the initial blowpipe. This piece is now having access. It now has an access point to be able to open up the small access point to flare it out. And so it'll become, it'll become a stand for a different piece in a different place and time. So now we'll go into the access point and open it up. Does anybody have any questions at all? Okay, so can we please see the glory hole diagram? The glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And its temperature is kept about 2,300 degrees. And there's only heat inside of the reheating chamber. All the glass comes from the furnaces. Our furnaces are the two crucibles here that hold about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. Can we please see the furnace diagram? So as you can see, the glass furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air as well. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass at 2,100 degrees. So now Courtney will go in and tweeze the lip. He'll be able to elongate the lip enough to where he'll be able to go in and share the excess glass. We just want to clean up the part that we knocked off from the opposite, from the other blowpipe. I can show you better than I can tell you about the glass. So all of the glass that we use here, of course, is from the furnace and it's clear. We add color to glass, but that's a whole nother spiel that we could go into. So we'll just focus on the glass. The question was, what is the ingredients in glass? Can we please see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more about the glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So now he'll flare his hand up, which will, as we spin 360, the glass will naturally open up to create this really nice A-line spun out shape at the bottom of the podium. This will be used later for a different piece of glass to hold the structure, to hold the piece. So we have to be able to put the glass away in a safe environment, which means we anneal it overnight. And so Morgan will get dressed to be able to catch this piece off the pipe, and then we're going to place it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. That is because we can't leave it in the natural environment, because as the inner layers cool and the outer layers cool, they could potentially crack due to cooling at different levels of heat. One last flash before Morgan gets under it. We'll put a little bit of water on the back, tap the pipe. Let's give Courtney a big round of applause for all his hard work today. We'll put it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down until it's back down to room temperature tomorrow. Let's give Morgan a big round of applause for boxing that piece up. In just a moment, we may get started again. I'm going to check in with Courtney and see what we're going to do. In the meantime, can we please see Courtney's visiting artist video?
Oh, sorry. Up until the residency, most of my work has been focused on kind of the Venetian techniques of decorating with cane. A lot of vessel work, not so much sculpture. But for this residency, I kind of took a bit of a departure. I'm not going to be pulling any cane or doing any of that kind of decoration. Kind of focused more on these objects, the clouds, mountains, suns, and moons.
After the video,
I started making
will
clouds
be going to
a few
lunch.
years ago. Kind of was on take a break from picking up cane and from making larger scale pieces, and it was something small I could make relatively quickly and on my own. And so I just kind of made them for myself. It was just a fun thing for me to make. And then I made a piece out of it. Ended up getting this residency because of the piece. So I figured it was probably a good sign that I should stick with it and kind of use the residency to expand on some of the ideas and give the clouds an environment to exist in. You know, I have almost gotten in car accidents because I was checking out cool clouds on my drive home from work. I walk the dog at night a lot, so I'm always kind of keeping my eye out for when the moon breaks out of the clouds, and or when it's, you know, a big super moon, blood moon, all that stuff.
Let's build a happy little cloud. Let's build some happy little...
You know, glass blowing is a battle between what you want to make and what you actually make. And over the years, I've tried to use that as a dialogue between myself and the material. And a lot of times when I'm trying to make something, the glass doesn't want to do it. And sometimes that's where the beauty comes in, or this interaction of like, well, that's not what I intended, but a happy accident, I guess you would call it.
We don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. You can do anything that you want.
It's funny because a lot of glass people make clouds. This is a tricky one, and I was a little hesitant to jump into it, but I figured I could make it my own, do my own rendition of it, and yeah, everyone seems to be pretty happy. It's hard to be angry at a cloud, I think. I'm working with all my friends. I'm super lucky. I'm friends with some of the best glass blowers and sculptors out there, and I help them make a lot of their work, and they help me, and so it was a really great opportunity to just fill the shop with super talented people that are also my great friends.
I believe every day's a good day when you paint. I believe it will bring a lot of good thoughts to your heart.
Have a wonderful lunch. We'll see you guys in about an hour after. The time will be posted on the big screen, so just looks. But give us about 1 hour. Have a good afternoon. We'll be back later. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop here at the Museum of Glass. The visiting artist for the day is Courtney Branham. Courtney has worked with the museum in many different capacities as a supporting artist, assisting artist, as well as a visiting artist. And I'll tell you a little bit more about him, and we'll also go over the process of what it is that you're looking at, how the process starts, and the different ovens, as well as the furnaces. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the afternoon. So if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and ask, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. So to get into the process, we'll figure out exactly what they're making in just a moment. Uh, we'll watch it unfold together. But everything that we do here at the Museum of Glass starts within our furnaces. Our furnaces are these large ceramic tanks with the black doors on them. Can we please see the furnace diagram? Dipping into the furnaces are like dipping into a jar of honey. They hold about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, and they run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And they rest at about 2,100 degrees. And so you'll see behind that door where all the oranges, that's where the glass will rest. Glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. And hot glass only likes to stick to hot steel. So we'll use a stainless steel blowpipe to dip into the furnace to create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon, and this balloon is a catalyst for all things made hollow during the glass process. And then from there, we'll go in and out of our reheating chambers. Our glory holes are also powered by natural gas and forced air. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? So if you look up at the big screen there, you'll be able to see that the glory holes are powered by natural gas and forced air, and they're only used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and the temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees. They're lined with hollow fire brick, which withstand those high temperatures, and it's all of the ovens with the orange faces, the circle orange faces that are open, where we will work in and out of the glory hole to keep the glass malleable to be able to go back to the bench and shape the glass to our desired liking. Once again, we have Courtney Brandon with us here in the hot shop. Currently on the far left side of the hot shop, Sayuri has picked up a color bar. Color bar is color that's picked up and then it's shaped, and then in a moment here you'll see Courtney dip into the furnace to gather some glass and create a small bubble. We're going to take this color bar and lay it over the clear bubble, which will be known as a color overlay. That's because when you want something to appear solid in glass, solid in color, you'll have to use a color overlay to cover the bubble. In cross section, this is a lot of clear and a little bit of black, but at face value, it's all black. No, that's just the illusion. So he'll dip into the furnace, rotate. It looks orange because it's about 2,100 degrees. He'll blow into the end of the pipe and cap it, and a bubble will come out the end of the pipe. Once again, my name is Emily, and I'll be happy to answer any of your questions. Feel free to raise your hand and ask, or just shout them out at me. I can't really hear down here as well. Can we please see some of Courtney's past works? Up on the big screen there, you'll be able to see some of Courtney's past works. His name is pretty synonymous with clouds. He makes these very beautiful clouds, but he also makes other type of works as well. But the clouds are my favorite with the moon on the background. I love the colors of this piece here, and you'll be able to see more of his work as the slideshow continues. Sayuri will get the color bar hot enough, drop it over the bubble. And all of the tools that we use during the glass making process are designed for glass blowing. So we'll use our diamond shears, and in one snip, we are taken off, we are detached in one snip because it cuts in a diamond, so a really nice 360 cut to release his hand from those high temperatures as well. So she's Sayuri squirting water inside of the um, furnace because she's reducing how many bubbles could be or may be at the surface of the glass. And so it's just a way to pop the bubbles and we keep the glass minimized with bubbles at the surface. We don't want bubbles in our glass. Some people love it, some people don't want it. And so as you can see, he has rolled this color overlay all the way to the back of the pipe there. Let's put a little bit of air inside of it. So for those of you who weren't here for the color overlay, can we please see the color overlay video? It's really just an awesome video to understand the process and then cut into cross section the glass. Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Now he'll go back into the furnace to gather again, and this is that additional layer on the outside. And this will allow us to be able to blow this piece out, and all of the color will then be concentrated in that clear glass. And you'll think it's all just one color, but it's a whole lot of clear and a little bit of color. So people often will ask, why aren't they wearing safety gear? You know, blowing glass can be dangerous if you're dangerous, but it's really not that dangerous, I would say, growing up in the glass hot shops. Now, we all know that fire's hot, and we know when we're little and mom's like, don't touch that, that's hot, like the stove. I would equate getting hurt to cooking in the kitchen. You may have accidentally burnt yourself because you didn't realize you touched something and it was a little hot. Now, so I wouldn't say that it's unsafe, but does it get hot in some certain, like some aspects? Yes. These pieces are not big enough to where he needs like a sleeve, but she will shield him. So Morgan, his assistant, our Sayuri, will do some protective shielding if he needs it. But yeah, I would say that it's kind of like cooking in the kitchen, that you will find sometimes you do get burnt. It's kind of like playing a sport. Also, if you hit the ground, you're gonna scrape your knee. If you ride the bike, you hit the ground, you're gonna scrape your knee. So it comes with it. Potentially getting burnt comes with the territory, but we're not out here throwing the glass like at each other, so we're safe. Now, when people start doing that, that's when we have to ask them to politely step away. But it's pretty safe. It just does get hot. And when you come up in the hot shops and you learn how to blow glass, you're taught to work with the heat, not to work against it. So you'll see as they position themselves to reheat in the reheating chamber, you stand to the left because your body is shielded. Your hands might get a little spicy, but it's okay. You can handle it. It won't, not too bad. Other than that, there are always ways that you are protected by your assistant. You can wear a glove, like a sleeve. We don't wear gloves because it limits dexterity. You got to rotate that pipe the whole time, and you got to rotate the pipe fast, okay? Like, you got to keep it spinning properly to where the piece stays on axis. Also, we have gloves for certain things, but we're not sculpting too much, and so we're in and out with how much heat is exposed to our bare hand. So I will say that they do sometimes wear protective gear, It just depends on what we're making, and we don't need it here in this piece. You're looking at artists who have experience, 20 years experience of being in this heat and working with the heat. But in the hot shop, the heat's your best friend. In everyday life, we're always taught to kind of be afraid of it. But if you're a pyromaniac like us, you love it. We have to allow for that gather to cool itself down. The initial gathers are a hurry up and then you have to wait. Then, when it's time to actually shape the body, we just kind of bust it out. Like, we'll just shape it up real fast. So, we're making a post here, and this is for a piece that will be added to it at a later point in time. And so, we're kind of making like a tube with a flare, kind of like a tuba or something. Looks like an instrument to me. And so, we're just going to pull out the tube portion, I would call it, because it's hollow, and then we'll flare out the bottom after we create the tube. It's a post for a different piece of glass to be set on later. Once again, my name's Emily. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. When he plucks the glass like that, it's because he caught some bubbles, and so he's plucking the bubbles out and sharing them off. It's very important that we flash this portion of the piece for two reasons. Right now, he's just getting it super duper hotter than the rest of the piece so he can hang it down and let gravity pull some of that glass off the back of the pipe. But we also do it to be able to just heat that moil. The moil is the end part that connects us to the pipe. So it's the body of glass that keeps us well connected. And so we give it a really good flash so it can get nice and malleable. So we'll be able to go in and carve in a line of tension. This is known as a jack line. It's a weak point that we create intentionally to be able to remove ourselves. It indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. And so things that we do in glass, we have to do upside down before we flip them right side up. And that's because we want to stay connected to the air as we shape. So when we shape and it reduces the air, we can reinforce the air. those of you who are just joining us, welcome to the Hot Shop. We're making this post here for a different piece of glass to be set on top later. Courtney Branham's our visiting artist for the day. Courtney has worked with the Museum of Glass for many, many years. He has assisted artists. He has demonstrated his own work here in the past. He's demonstrated really beautiful clouds. He may make a cloud today. Clouds are so fun to watch. They take a lot of shaping. Right now, we're just making a really nice black post. Can we please see some of Courtney's? Oh, not yet. We'll be able to see some later. And so now, in order for us to get this long post, he's going to just shape the glass and guide it all the way out. So he's dragging the glass out with his hand, and this is awkward. This is a very awkward shape to keep center and hot. So you're fighting gravity during the process, especially when you have things that are long like this. It becomes tough and very awkward to move in and out of that hole to the bench, keep it hot, pull it out. There's so many things to think about. But Courtney's been making glass for many, many years now, probably even over 20 years potentially. I know he's been in the Seattle area for 20 years. So I'm pretty sure he's been making glass for 20, 21 years also. And so what you're looking at is a professional glass artist, master of his own techniques. And they make it look really easy to be able to pull a 1,000-pound of piece of glass out, stretch it out. So he'll use his papers with soak with water. He has to go back into the reheating chamber to catch some more heat so he can continue to pull out the base or the stem of the base. So as you can see, when you asked earlier about the protective gear, now that he's stretching out this glass, his arm is more so exposed to high temperatures. So he does have on a sleeve because he doesn't want his arm to be exposed to too much heat. As he torches it, gravity will help it extend itself. This is a tube. It's a hollow tube of glass, and so it's slowly stretching down. When he goes into the reheating chamber, the glass is moving left to right in opposition to how he swings. And so as you can see, when it comes out, it's still wiggly. And so he cannot hit the doors because the glass will stick to the door and compromise the integrity of the surface of that glass. So these are the tricky things that you don't quite see as he's working in and out of that glory hole. We'll flatten the top portion of the post here. We have to clean up the bottom before we open up the opposite side. And so we'll do that by, she'll go in with the paddle, flatten it out, and then we'll remove ourselves from the initial blowpipe to work on the flare portion of the post. So now we need to remove ourselves from the initial blowpipe. So Sayuri has created a transfer rod. The transfer rod functions as an additional rod that will connect to the end portion here. And once we connect it here, we'll be able to work on the opposite side and flare it open. We have to make sure that when we connect ourselves that the connection piece cools down. It's very orange. He'll check in with Sayuri and ask her if it's ready or not. When it starts to tense up, when it has some tension and it can't move as swiftly as it did before, the glass that is, then we'll put a little bit of water on that jack line, tap the pipe, and we'll release ourselves from the additional blowpipe. Can we please see some of Courtney's past works? Courtney Branham has been working in glass for many, many years. He has worked here at the Museum of Glass as an assistant, and he's also visited as a visiting artist over the years. And here are some of his past works on the big screen. Yeah, so just when he takes a torch and touches the metal of any sort of tool, it's just to knock off the cold. We don't want to touch the cold with the hot glass and create any type of stress in the environment. And so he tweezes out the lip there, so then he'll go back and shear off the additional glass. We'll clean up the lip and then we'll flare it out. Yeah, they've worked together before. Many people that work here in the hot shop have worked together many times before just today. Um, Typically, Courtney's here as an assistant. Morgan, the lady here, is one of his assistants, and then Sayuri will assist here in the hot shop, the main hot shop team. We have a core team that you can read more about online. They're just not here, and when they're not here working, different artists will come in and make their work. Yeah, so some people know what to do and when to do it, so they'll position themselves to anticipate the next step. And what makes you a good assistant in the glass blowing world is anticipating the next step. But they're talking to each other, you just can't hear them. He's telling them what to do, but sometimes he doesn't have to because, or he'll just say, "Yeah, go do it." Like, "Yeah, I'm ready for the next step." So he's directing what is happening. You just can't hear them. That's why I'm here on the mic for you. Yeah, so the two big black ovens are designed to anneal the glass, which means it has to bake down, it has to cool down in a warm environment in order for it to be cold the next day and touchable. And that's because there's so many layers that we have built. Those inner layers and those outer layers cool at different rates, and so if they were to cool in the natural environment, they'll crack. They will blow up. Yeah. And if it doesn't happen before you, it will happen one day. So that's like, wow. voila, it's broken. So that's why we anneal things. And now he'll go in with his jacks and flare his hand. The more he flares his hand at an angle, it will help open up the glass like a disc. We'll go in with the soffietta. The soffietta is a little puffer tool which allows us to reinforce air off the blowpipe. And so if we need more air, we can get more air. It's just not as easy as it was when it was on the blowpipe. So now Morgan will catch this piece off the pipe. She put on her safety suit. She has on Kevlar gloves and a Kevlar jacket. Now, even though she has on this protective gear, the heat still radiates through the materials. It gets hot by the time she gets to the door to drop the piece into the annealing oven. She just will not get burned. So it's safe for her skin, but it's still hot. Courtney will flash the connection point of the transfer rod. We'll put a little bit of water on the pipe, knock it off, and then we'll be good to go. We want that connection to be super duper hot so then when we put water on it, it'll shock. And then the shock will settle in enough to where when we hit it, the vibrations will pop it off naturally. Alrighty, let's give Courtney a big round of applause. We'll put it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down and be ready tomorrow. You can see the other one that they made earlier before lunch already in there. Let's give Morgan a big round of applause for getting that piece boxed up. Can we please see Courtney's visiting artist video to learn a little bit more about Courtney Branham?
Oh, sorry. Up until the residency, most of my work has been focused on kind of the Venetian techniques of decorating with cane. A lot of vessel work, not so much sculpture. But for this residency, I kind of took a bit of a departure. I'm not going to be pulling any cane or doing any of that kind of decoration. I've kind of focused more on these objects, the clouds, mountains, suns, and moons. I started making clouds a few years ago, kind of was on take a break from picking up cane and from making larger scale pieces, and it was something small I could make relatively quickly and on my own. And so I just kind of made them for myself. It was just a fun thing for me to make. And then I made a piece out of it, ended up getting this residency because of the piece, so I figured that was probably a good sign that I should stick with it and kind of use the residency to expand on some of the ideas and give the clouds an environment to exist in. You know, I have almost gotten in car accidents because I was checking out cool clouds on my drive home from work. I walk the dog at night a lot, so I'm always kind of keeping my eye out for when the moon breaks out of the clouds, and or when it's, you know, a big super moon, blood moon, all that stuff.
Let's build a happy little cloud. Let's build some happy little...
You know, glass blowing is a battle between what you want to make and what you actually make. And over the years, I've tried to use that as a dialogue between myself and the material. And a lot of times when I'm trying to make something, the glass doesn't want to do it. And sometimes that's where the beauty comes in, is this interaction of like, well, that's not what I intended, but like a happy accident, I guess you would call it.
We don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. You can do anything that you want.
It's funny because a lot of glass people make clouds. Oh, this is a tricky one. And I was a little hesitant to jump into it, but I figured I could make it my own, do my own rendition of it. And yeah, everyone seems to be pretty happy. It's hard to be angry at a cloud, I think. I'm working with all my friends. I'm super lucky. I'm friends with some of the best glass blowers and sculptors out there. And I help them make a lot of their work, and they help me. And so it was a really great opportunity to just fill the shop with super talented people that are also my great friends.
I believe every day's a good day when you paint. I believe it'll bring a lot of good thoughts to your heart.
I know. Might be back though. Yeah, we'll be here all So now we have carved in a line of tension. It's a weak point to reference the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. Our visiting artist for the day is Courtney Branham. As we continue to carve in that weak point, we'll then go back into the reheating chamber and flash the body of this piece. We are making a foot here. The foot is designed for another piece of glass to sit on top of it. And so we have to stretch out the stem portion before we flare open the bottom of the foot. And so you'll see next we'll start to stretch out the stem of the foot. Can we please see some of Courtney's past works? Courtney's past works. For those of you who are just joining us, welcome to the hot shop. We're making a foot, and so it'll just have a really long stem. It's the black thing there on the table, and so we'll flare out the bottom of the foot to where it'll help stand up. The stem is super duper long. We're gonna start to pull the stem out in just a moment. So as you can see, we've started with the A line at the bottom of the top portion of the vase. He's going to use the papers to guide the glass and pull it out slowly. Can we please see some of Courtney's past works? So now we'll knock it off the pipe so we can work on the opposite side, that transfer rod connected to the end that we flattened. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna open up and flare off that small access point. The foot here is flared at the bottom like a disc. And it'll, later on, we'll put another piece of glass on the top. So it's designed as a foot of a piece. As we work in and out of this reheating chamber, the reheating chambers are powered by natural gas and forced air, and they're only designed to carry heat back into the piece, but not glass, not molten glass. We turn these ovens off at the end of the night, and then in the morning when we get ready to work, we turn them on, and they get up to 2,300 degrees, which allows us to keep the glass nice and malleable. We have Courtney Branham working with us in the hot shop today. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us today on Labor Day. I hope you had a great Labor Day weekend and a happy Labor Day to you all. My name is Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. It's really important that we torch that connection point. The connection point is the last, or the last piece to go into the reheating chamber, and the first piece to come out. It's always hard to say that without doing it in the wrong order. And so we have to torch it so then all of the heat is evenly distributed throughout the piece. And now he'll go in and begin to slowly finish cleaning up the lip. And as he flares his hand up, it will also flare this bottom out. Everywhere, every part of it that's orange, we want to manipulate with the tools to be able to flare it out. Morgan has suited up with her Kevlar materials to be able to catch this piece off the end of the pipe. We have to put the piece into an annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight back to room temperature. We'll put a little bit of water on that connection point. We'll tap the pipe. The vibrations will help release the piece. Let's give Courtney a big round of applause for all his hard work. And then Sayuri will open the door to place this piece. You can see the other ones that we've already made standing up in there. Oh, that one's a bit longer than the others. Yes, let's give Morgan a round of applause. We got it all boxed up. And we're going to do it all again in just a moment. Can we please see Courtney's Meet the Artist video to learn a little bit more about Courtney Branham and his work?
Oh, sorry. Up until the residency, most of my work has been focused on kind of the Venetian techniques of decorating with cane. A lot of vessel work, not so much sculpture. But for this residency, I kind of took a bit of a departure. I'm not going to be pulling any cane or doing any of that kind of decoration. Kind of focused more on these objects, the clouds, mountains, suns, and moons. I started making clouds a few years ago, kind of as I'm take a break from picking up cane and from making larger scale pieces, and it was something small I could make relatively quickly and on my own. And so I just kind of made them for myself. It was just a fun thing for me to make. And then I made a piece out of it, ended up getting this residency because of the piece, so I figured it was probably a good sign that I should stick with it and kind of use the residency to expand on some of the ideas and give the clouds an environment to exist in. You know, I have almost gotten in car accidents because I was checking out cool clouds on my drive home from work. I walk the dog at night a lot, so I'm always kind of keeping my eye out for when the moon breaks out of the clouds, and or when it's, you know, a big super moon, blood moon, all that stuff.
Let's build a happy little cloud. Let's build some happy little...
You know, glass blowing is a battle between what you want to make and what you actually make. And over the years, I've tried to use that as a dialogue between myself and the material. And a lot of times when I'm trying to make something, the glass doesn't want to do it. And sometimes that's where the beauty comes in, or this interaction of like, well, that's not what I intended, but a happy accident, I guess you would call it.
We don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. You can do anything that you want.
It's funny because a lot of glass people make clouds. This is a tricky one. And I was a little hesitant to jump into it, but I figured I could make it my own, do my own rendition of it. And yeah, everyone seems to be pretty happy. It's hard to be angry at a cloud, I think. Time working with all my friends. I'm super lucky. I'm friends with some of the best glass blowers and sculptors out there. And I help them make a lot of their work, and they help me. And so it was a really great opportunity to just fill the shop with super talented people that are also my great friends.
I believe every day's a good day when you paint. I believe it'll bring a lot of good thoughts to your heart.
We'll get started again in just a moment. But before we do, I'll give you guys a basic overview of the different ovens and furnaces and what it is that you're looking at, how they function, and then we may make another one of the stands or a foot. It's a foot. It's just kind of hard to say it in a regular sentence. Another one of the foots. Anywho, everything that we do here starts inside of the furnaces. The furnaces are our large ceramic tanks. They hold about 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and they rest at about 2,100 degrees. And then we'll work in and out of the reheating chambers, which rest at about 2,300 degrees. Both of these ovens are powered by natural gas and forced air, which allow us to be able to work and reheat the glass, keep it malleable, and shape it to our liking at the bench. Courtney Branham's the artist you just watched on the video there. He's visiting, making different types of work today. And I don't know what we're going to do next because we just finished a foot. The foot functions as a pedestal for a different piece of artwork that they place on top. My name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. And just give us a moment to get started again. So we got a little bit of a gritty punny, and that's designed purposely. So we'll attach ourselves to the end of the rod here because we need to be able to open up. We need to be able to open the cup. And so we were on the blowpipe, which gives us access to air, and that little access point will open it up to make it big. So now we'll go in and he'll slowly flare his hand. Oh, we want to get a little bit more shape in the shoulders, so we'll add some air to make the shoulders a little wider. So now we'll tap it off. Let's give him a round of applause for all his hard work. Clap it up. And then we'll put it into the annealing oven where it'll rest over time and it'll be cool tomorrow night. So as we continue to take glass out of the furnaces here, as you can see, that was a great example that all of the glass is clear. Can we please see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more about the glass inside of the furnace?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So as you can see, we'll dip into the furnace, blow into the end of that pipe, which will create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon, and then we'll work in and out of our reheating chambers to keep the glass nice and hot and malleable so we can shape it to our desired liking. Courtney Branham's a visiting artist with us here at the Museum of Glass for the day. He's made many different types of work, and he's assisted many different types of artists here in the hot shop along with the team. But today he gets to make his own work, so he's making his own items. Can we see some of Courtney's past works? mini cake platter. It's just another little goblet. Welcome to the hot shop. We're making the top portion of a cup, like a kind of like a cognac vase. So it'll have a nice little cute cup portion, and then we'll put the stem on. All right, we'll knock it off, and we'll put it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down. We are all done for the day. We hope you guys have a beautiful evening. Have a happy Labor Day. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Have a great evening. Thanks for hanging out with us here at the Museum of Glass.